At shortstop, number 6, Kellen Peaks. Batting second in left field, number 7, Noah Vogel. Batting third at second base, number 6, Colin Clefman. Batting fourth in center field, number 11, Trevor Howard. Batting fifth at designated hitter, number 13, Reggie Williams. Batting sixth at third base, number 28, Riley Humringhouse. Batting seventh and catching, number 36, Owen Best. Batting eighth in right field, number 16, Braden Luft. Batting ninth at first base, number 4, Brody Schneider. And the starting pitcher tonight for the Gameday Saints, number 45, Andrew Hirsch. The head coach of the Gameday Saints is Mike Coons, assisted by Kyle Lopez, the hitting coach, and Tyler Henninger.
For the Hayes Larks, all of my friends are gonna be there too. Nothing in the world I'd rather do than grab a hot dog burger and a cold beer. You'll hear me yelling out a big cheer, 'cause whether they win or whether they lose, I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Hayes Larks! I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. I can't wait to see a home run. I know for sure there's gonna be one. I'll call out the players by their first name. Sure am glad I made it to the game. Rain or shine, I'm gonna be there. If the stands are full, I'll bring a lawn chair. So join me down at the old ballpark. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Hayes Larks! Join me down at the old ballpark. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Hayes Larks!
evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Larks Park and Hayes Larks Baseball, now in their 74th year. Tonight's Rocky Mountain Baseball League contest features the Gameday Saints and your Rocky Mountain Baseball League champion, Hayes Larks. Free admission to tonight's game has been made possible by Arnett Chiropractic Care, Adams, Brown, Barron and Ball, Golden Belt Bank of Hayes, as well as Horizon Appliance and Electronics. We greatly appreciate these fine people and their support of Hayes Larks Baseball. And now it's time to meet the starting lineups for your Hayes Larks. Leading off in center field, number 8, Leo Jaminian. Batting second at shortstop, number 3, Matt Cavanaugh. Batting third at designated hitter, number 16, Wyatt Divis. Batting fourth in left field, number 17, Cam Pearson. Batting fifth at first base, number 29, Corbin Truslow. Batting sixth and catching, number 27, Jacob Wyeth. Batting seventh in right field, number 18, Sean Cooper. Batting eighth at third base, number 4, Palmer Hutchison. And batting ninth at second base, number 1, Cruz Aranda. And tonight's starting pitcher, number 12, Drew Burr. And in his 38th season with the Larks, please welcome the head coach, Mr. Frank Leo. Larks pitching coach is Keith Harper. Assistant coach is Bryce Bumward. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join us and kindly remove your caps as we honor America with our national anthem.
Baseball, America's pastime, a sport we've been long awaiting to come back, the sport we've missed dearly. But tonight, that waiting ends. No more empty stadium, no more lifeless fields. Tonight, everything changes.
Ganguish rounds, third, heads home, he'll score, walk-off single for Wyatt Divis. Ran, slam for George Sutherland. Stop. It's the first home run of the season for De Leon.
The Larks are back in action. The best show in town returns. The landmark where icons have played. Tonight, Larks Park is back. This team is more than baseball. It's part of this community, a staple of our town. Generations gather together. The fans, the players, the coaches, all come together to this diamond. All come together for this team. All a part of this remarkable experience. Sure, we have a lot of fun. But legacy is built right here in the Great Plains. See, there's something special in Hayes. Something distinct in this city, with history dating back to 1869, a history of success, 29 MLB products, 4 MLB All-Stars. That outstanding tradition returns tonight. Tonight, the Larks return to action. Tonight, baseball is back. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to game number 28, the final one of the 2020 Hayes Larks season. At least for the regular season, they punched their bid to the NBC tournament. First pitch from Drew Burr is underway, and Kellen Pete sends it backwards for a foul ball, 0-1. This is appearance number 10 this year for Drew Burr, his 2-3, and its start number 5 for the righty from Austin, Indiana. Delivery number 2, again in the zone. Home plate umpire gives Drew the call. Storm is on its way here to Hayes, Kansas. We'll see how long we can get this game going before it's interrupted. Third pitch from Drew Burr is right down the middle and off speed. Pete gives it a swing and is back to the dugout. 3 pitches, 33rd strikeout of the year for Drew Burr. Burr has now thrown 556 pitches, has thrown strikes on 63% of those, and has started out 77% of the batters he faces with a first pitch strike, and when he does, gets an out most of the time. First delivery to Noah Vogel. Drew Burr has thrown 4 pitches, and each one has been in the zone. It's his second appearance against the Saints this year, when 8 innings, allowing 3 hits and 1 walk, no earned runs, in an 8-2 win in Gameday. Gameday won yesterday by 1 in a tough loss for Hayes. It was a final of 3-2. Burr now throws 2 consecutive balls to make his count against Vogel, the left fielder, go to 2-1. Vogel in yesterday's game batted 7th. Today he's batting 2nd. Yesterday Vogel went 0 for 3, striking out. Saints are 3rd in the league, 2 games back from the Larks, who have already clinched the lead, and they will play on Monday against the Kansas City All-Stars for Game 1 of the NBC World Series, where they will be playing at X Stadium at Wichita State. Hitters count for the left fielder becomes a full count after a slider is in the zone. 3 balls and 2 strikes. On deck is Colin Clefman, in the hole Trevor Howard, and it is a walk for Vogel. Walk number 11 this year for Drew Burr, and for Clefman, for Vogel, that is walk number 19 this year. Runner on first, nobody out. Defensively for the Larks, it is Pearson, Jeminian, and Cooper in the outfield. Hutchison, Kavanaugh, Truss in the infield, with the new addition of Cruz Aranda at second base. Jacob Wyeth is tonight's starting catcher, and Drew Burr is on the bump. 0-1 to the 3-hole second baseman. Burr, a righty, goes from the stretch, fastball high and outside, 1 ball and a strike. Clefman in yesterday's ball game batted 2nd and went 0 for 4. It's always a good game when the Larks and Saints have met up this year. Tensions rise. Saints have picked up 2, Larks have won 1, and they have won the Rocky Mountain Baseball League in their first year in the new conference. 2-1 after a changeup misses above the letters to Clefman. Yesterday, Landon Shire got the start for Hayes, went 2 innings. Zimmerman and Riggs followed with 2 innings of their own, and then an inning of work each for Furniture, Hayes, and Munch. Pop up to the right side of the infield, rolls into the outfield a little bit, and getting under it is the guy in his first game for the Larks, Cruz Aranda. Played at Neosho Community College and is from Salina, Kansas. Plays at Campbell University and the D1 division of the NCAA, and is headed to Pitt State next year. 2 away to the cleanup hitter, Trevor Howard. Runner at first is Vogel, and Howard at the dish gets a strike on him. Howard in yesterday's ball game saw several different pitchers and went 1 for 4 against them, striking out twice and walking once. He's down 0-2 with a foul ball to the backstop. Howard from the Colorado School of Mines listed on the roster as a center fielder, and that's exactly where he's playing tonight. No balls and 2 strikes for Drew Burr, who's gone 32 2/3 innings this year and has struck out 33, walked 11. A runner takes off from first. The throw is going to pull Aranda from second base, but over sliding on the base is Vogel, and Aranda touches him before he can get back to the bag. So it's another caught stealing for Jacob Wyeth, added to the season total for the guy who leads the league, and the runner's thrown out, and that sends us to the bottom of the first here on Larks Network. As the wind picks up, blowing in hard from behind the plate into the outfield, and rain looking to start falling with thunder rolling in the distance, we'll roll right into the bottom of the first inning. Leading off is Leo Gemini, the center fielder from St. Lo, France. He's 0-1, or excuse me, his count's 0-1 against Andrew Hirsch. It's a ground ball over the left side, and Leo Gemini will start the game off for the Larks with a 2-pitch single. And the leadoff runner is a speedy one. We'll go to Matt Cavanaugh, the shortstop from UTA. It's Andrew Hirsch on the mound. He's an Arizona Christian University righty. Is 2-0 on the year, appearance number 13 and start number 3 on the year for the Northpaw. Hirsch has made appearances against the Larks before this season. He pitched 4 innings, picking up the start against Hayes in Colorado on the 16th. Allowed 4 hits and had 3 earned runs. Cavanaugh at the dish in yesterday's ball game went 1 for 3. Leo Gemini takes off to second base, and it's a foul ball as he slides in. 0-1 on the shortstop. Divis on deck. Pearson in the hole for Hayes. Hirsch has an ERA above 5, has 13 earned runs, hit 2 guys, allowed 17 hits, walked 15, struck out 17, has a save through 22 2/3 of an inning. 1 ball and 1 strike as precipitation starts to come down here in north central Kansas. Still working with the blurry camera. We apologize for that. It's just the best we're going to have to work with for this last game. Leo Geminian takes off, and Kavanaugh sends it into the outfield. Vogel struggles to see with rain falling into his eyes and wind taking control of the ball. He will make the catch in front of the 349 sign in left center, and Geminian heads back to first with one away. We'll see how long we want to go here in the game. Rain falling, thunder rolling. It's all up to the coaches, the umpires right now. Shift is being made in the outfield as Divis makes his way to the plate. Vogel is on the warning track in left field and left a couple of feet in front of the warning track in right field. Backstop is starting to move because of the wind. Wind is really starting to pick up. See if they can have any effect on the balls into the outfield. Divis won't get a send one there on pitch number 1 as it runs inside and almost hits his thigh. He's up with the count 1-0. Divis 1 for 4 with the run scored yesterday, and it also drove in a run, responsible in some way for each of the Larks' 2 runs yesterday. 2-0 count on the DH from UTA. Last home game of the season, last regular season game of the season for the Larks. They will be playing again on Monday against the Kansas City All-Stars, again for Game 1 of the NBC World Series. Wyatt Divis sends this one hard to right field as Geminian takes off to steal second, and they will get him out on the throw as he slips sliding in. It's going to be hard for him to get back up and beat the throw back. We will go to the second inning. Each team brings 3 guys to the plate for 3 outs in the first, and the field, nobody's taking it here. And I think we're going to have a rain delay. We'll keep the stream going at least for right now for the rain delay. Hopefully we can let the storm pass and get back and finish the next 8 innings. But for now, the delay will start at the bottom of the first, going into the second. No score between the Saints and your Larks.
What we do here is go back.
Hey Larks fans, click that subscribe button. It's completely free. This isn't like a magazine subscription or a TV subscription. You won't get billed, you won't get spam emails, but you will help us reach our goal. Right now we're at about 600 subscribers, but we're trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. We have thousands of views from this season, but only 600 subscribers. Make sure to subscribe when you're watching if you haven't yet. When you hit that button, the Larks will show up in your subscription section of your account. That's it. No fees, no payments, no registration or information. Share the Larks YouTube page with your friends and tune into our broadcast. Thank you for watching our YouTube channel, supporting the team, and subscribing. The Larks have the best fans and we're grateful for Larks Nation. Now, let's get back to the game.
Meet me down at the ballpark, where I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. All of my friends are gonna be there too. Nothing in the world I'd rather do than grab a hot dog burger and a cold beer. You'll hear me yelling out a big cheer, 'cause whether they win or whether they lose, I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Hayes Larks! I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. I can't wait to see a home run. I know for sure there's gonna be one. I'll call out the players by their first name. Sure am glad I made it to the game. Rain or shine, I'm gonna be there. If the stands are full, I'll bring a lawn chair. So join me down at the old ballpark. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Hayes Larks! So join me down at the old ballpark. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Hayes Larks!
we're back after a 47-minute rain delay. We're back here from Larks Park to continue this game here in the top of the second. It has been nearly an hour since Drew Burr has thrown a pitch. 55 minutes on the dot is when the top of the first inning ended. His first delivery is a ball. We'll see how Burr handles that long gap between innings. And the first delivery misses outside. The second one is down the middle, and delivery is sent to deep left field. Moving back at the wall is Cameron Pearson. 2 pitches and a home run to start the second inning and resume the game. That one was cranked, and can't blame the wind for it, as the wind's no longer whipping hard into the outfield. It's moving from left field to right field. So 2 pitches and a home run for the Saints to get the game back and going. That is Trevor Howard, who just rounded the bases. For Howard, that is home run number 2 this year. Just scored for the 18th time and drove in his 11th run. 1-0 lead now to Reggie Williams, the DH. Williams from Colorado State University Pueblo. His team leading 1-0. His count shows 1-1. Drew Burr 2-3 this year. Start number 5. He's 1-0 against the Saints this year, winning 8-2 after 8 amazing innings in Colorado. 2-1, as this one misses outside according to the home plate umpire. Off speed, inside part of the plate. Drew Burr gets the call. 2-2. Howard just took a nice cut at that one, and the ball kept moving backwards, and Pearson followed it to the wall and watched it go over. This delivery, number 5 of the AB, is caught in foul territory by Palmer Hutchison, backpedaling and losing his balance, but he secures it for out number 1 in this new game. Now to the 6th, Riley Humryhouse, the third baseman from Minot State University. Yesterday, Humryhouse went 0 for 1 with a run scored off of a walk, struck out in his at-bats. Delivery to him, fastball from Burr in the zone for a called strike. Burr has walked just 11 guys this year, struck out 33, has hit 1 guy, has just 1 wild pitch, has 11 earned runs, 19 runs have scored on him, 8 not earned, and has an ERA just above 3, and he has an 0-2 count on the third baseman. And it's a foul ball at the backstop. We'll stay at 0-2 for pitch number 4. Due up in the bottom of the second is Pearson, Shruslow, and Wyeth for your Hayes Larks. Burr, a righty out of Austin, Indiana, played at St. Louis 1 year. That was condensed, and now is going to Bellarmine University, where he has 4 years left of NCAA eligibility. This one misses outside on an off-speed 1-2. Moving in the pin for Hayes was Jacob Enns. We saw Wyatt Divis getting some warm-up throws before the game. Reaching for this one as Humryhouse protects the plate and sends it backwards. We'll stay at 1-2. 1 hit for each team, 1 run for the Saints. Hit in the first inning was off of Leo Dominion, who singled to get the bottom of the first going nearly an hour ago. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 away. It's popped up over to the right side. Moving in is Cooper. Moving back is Aranda. Cooper calls him off and makes the catch. And we'll toss the ball back to the infield for out number 2.
Catcher number 36, Owen Best.
Now to Owen Best, the catcher, sported the number 36 jersey from the University of St. Thomas. Listed as the right fielder on the roster. Excuse me, that's Luke Bailey. Owen Best listed as a catcher and first baseman. Tonight he's getting the start at the catcher spots. Diving forward is Matt Cavanaugh, and it's off his glove. A tough play for the shortstop, and it's a single, hit number 2 of the day for game day, and their second one here in the second. Runner on first with 2 away. Defensively for your Larks, it is Pearson, Jaminian, and Cooper in the outfield left to right. Hutchison and Chuslow on the infield corners. Kavanaugh at shortstop, and Cruz Aranda at second base. Jacob Wyeth is tonight's backstop, and Drew Burr is the man on the mound. And we'll get a courtesy runner for the catcher. Changeup from Burr, a nice one. Gets a swing from Braden Luft, the right fielder, above it, 0-1. Luft in yesterday's ball game batted 8th, just where he's at tonight. Went 1 for 4, striking out once. He lines it over the left side. Matt Kavanaugh grabs it, and it's off his glove and rolls into the outfield. 2 tough plays that Kavanaugh couldn't make. I don't think anybody could have made those. And it's a hit, the second straight single for the Saints. And so maybe that long break is starting to contribute to Drew Burr and how his success will go through. We had a 3-out first facing 3 guys. He didn't allow a single earned run against Gameday in Colorado, going 8 innings, 3 hits and a walk. But today, here in the second, after going an hour without throwing a pitch, he's allowed a home run and 2 singles. Gets a strike called on the bottom of the order, Brody Schneider, his first appearance of this series against the Larks. Runners on first and second with 2 outs in the top of the second. 1-0 lead for Gameday. A slider from Burr is swung on and missed. Got Schneider to swing above it and inside. 0-2. Burr hitting the strike zone here early. Looks in, gets a sign from Wyeth. Wyeth sets up way outside, and Burr delivers outside 1-2 on the fastball. And Drew has now thrown 33 pitches, 67% of those being strikes. Puts the ball behind his back and peers in at Wyeth, who again sits up outside and will deliver to the bottom of the order. Swing and a miss for Schneider, reaches for it, and strikeout number 2 on the day for Drew Burr, number 34 this year. And that sends us to the bottom of the second, where Andrew Hirsch will take the mound 55 minutes after his last pitch was thrown. Bottom of the second we go. Leading off is Cameron Pearson facing off against Andrew Hersher through his last pitch 57 minutes ago. His first pitch is an off-speed that Cam's ahead of 0-1. First guy Drew Burt faces in the resumed game takes him to deep left field, and it puts the Saints ahead here in the second inning. And it's a check swing for Pearson off the inside of his bat, rolling foul down the right line, 0-2. Treslow on deck, Wyeth in the hole after Larks brought 3 guys to the plate, got a single, then a flyout, and then a double play, ended the inning. Hirsch 2-0 this year. This is start number 3, his second against the Larks. Has 1 save, 22 2/3 innings pitched, struck out 17, walked 15, and has his ERA of 5.16. Looks in, gets his sign from Owen Best, and goes home. Pearson swings at it at the chest and sends it up and backwards. Best moves behind the plate and makes the catch right in front of the Schumacher Nelson Fields emblem behind home plate.
First baseman number 29, Corbin Treslow.
So now we'll go to Corbin Treslow, the first baseman in the 5-hole. Treslow in yesterday's ball game went 2 for 4, but didn't come around to score, had 2 singles. First pitch to him, a fastball low, 1-0. Yesterday was a 3-2 loss for the Larks against the Saints right here from Larks Park. And it was the second straight game the Larks have lost. They lost against Denver on Saturday and then got Sunday rained out. Were off on Monday and then lost yesterday. This is the final game of the regular season for the boys in blue. Treslow back into the left-hander's batter's box against the righty Hirsch. Swings at this one and fouls it back. 1-1. Wyeth on deck for your Larks. Cooper in the hole. Neither of them have come to the plate as we're to the 5th hitter of the game for the Larks versus Hirsch. Hirsch throws about 16 pitches per inning and 3.6 per batter face. Has allowed 17 hits, hit 2 batters, and has a whip of 1.41. This one misses above the letters to Big Trust, 2-1. Treslow sends it and pulls it into right center field. It's at the warning track, and sliding for it is Howard. Makes a nice catch in front of the 349 sign, securing it on a slide. Well hit from Treslow, right to the wall, and a slide from Howard makes it a 2-out second. So we'll go to Jacob Wyeth, the catcher. It's his last game with the Larks. Will not be playing at the NBC World Series with the rest of the team. Will report to LSU and get his career started with the Tigers in the SEC. His first delivery off speed, a called strike at the waist over the plate. Jacob didn't start in yesterday's game, came in as a pinch hitter and went 0 for 1, striking out in his only plate appearance. His 0-1 count becomes 1-1 as a fastball is at his chest inside. Cooper on deck, Hutchison in the hole for the Larks. This is the 6th hitter the Larks have brought to the plate today. And the catcher has the bases empty with 2 outs in the bottom of the second. Sends one high and hard to the left field side. Moving toward his Humrick House and Vogel. It'll drop right in front of Vogel in foul territory. And Wyeth will go back to the plate. And his count moves to 1-2. Well hit and hard and high. Vogel chasing the foul territory, sticks out his glove, and it drops a foot in front of him. Lefty moving in the pen for Hayes. It was Jacob Enns earlier, and that's who it is right now again. Due up in the 3rd inning for Gameday will be the top of the order, Pete, Vogel, and Clefman. Defensively for the Saints, it's Vogel, Howard, and Luft in the outfield. Humrickhouse, Pete, Clefman, and Schneider in the infield. Best behind the plate, Hirsch on the mound, and Hirsch throws a slider off the turf. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 away in the bottom of the second inning. Bases empty, Larks down 1-0. Hirsch takes a look home and goes straight there. 2 straight balls for the righty out of Arizona Christian, and it's a full count for Jacob Wyeth. He'll get his payoff pitch, and he sends it on the line drive to left field. It drops 2 feet into foul territory, and we'll stay at a full count and get a 7-pitch AB for Jacob Wyeth. Later on in the game, I want to touch upon Jacob Wyeth and the ceiling this young man possesses. Currently on deck, Sean Cooper back away from the on-deck circle, trying to get a better read of the pitcher Hirsch as Palmer Hutchison waits in the hole. Lights are on here at 8:20 p.m. from North Central Kansas. It's a 7-pitch walk for Jacob Wyeth. Runner on first with 2 away, the first base runner the Larks have had in an hour. Jeminian singled in the first and has the only hit of the game for Hayes, and Jace Armstrong will courtesy run for the catcher. For Jacob Wyeth, that is walk number 11 this season through 71 plate appearances and 57 at-bats. First delivery to Sean Cooper, fastball catches the outside part of the plate in the top outside corner, 0-1. Hirsch, a righty, went 4 innings against the Larks on July 16th and picked up the starts. No decision, allowed 4 hits, 3 earned runs, walking 1 and striking out 2. Armstrong gets his lead at first base, and the delivery is inside. Best snags it to keep Armstrong at the 1 bag. Larks have 1 hit. Gameday has 3, all in the second inning. Armstrong takes off to second, and Cooper reaches for 1 over the outside part of the plate and sends it at the Larks dugout, and his count moves to 1-2. Larks on a 2-game losing streak, 19-8 overall. They're the league champs, securing the league championship on Friday. The Saints 18-11 overall, 17-10 in conference play. Cooper again reaches for 1 and fouls it off to stay alive. Saints on a 1-game winning streak, 2 games back and out of contention for the championship, and they will not be playing in the NBC World Series. Too far behind, and all the seeds are taken up. Armstrong again takes off. Delivery is outside and no throw from Best. Pumped it and kept the ball in his hand. Armstrong is aboard in scoring position, and the count moves to 2-2 to the 7th hitter of the game for the Larks. Jace Armstrong has been courtesy running, and on the base paths this year he scored 9 times. He's at second, gets his lead as Pete looks at him, and Cooper sends 1 to Clefman, who takes 1 step to his left and throws to Schneider for out number 3. Larks leave a runner in scoring position as we move to the 3rd. Hayes down by 1. top of the third. To the mound, replacing Drew Burr after 2 innings, nearly an hour apart, is Ryan Reuter. Reuter, a Hayes native, has scored 6 times as a courtesy runner, but previously for the past 4 years he's been a pitcher only. This year he's making appearance number 7. This is his 3rd appearance in relief, had 4 consecutive starts going from the 4th of July to the 25th. His last appearance in relief was against the Outlaws, where he picked up the win. He has made 6 appearances prior to this one, and in all but one of those, he's picked up the win. He's 5-1 this year, picking up a loss against the Cougars on the 25th this last Saturday. He's allowed 21 hits this year, 5 earned runs, 3 walks, and nearly 7 times as many strikeouts with 20, has an ERA of 1.849 and a whip of .986. Each year Ryan Reuter has gotten better, and that's really all you can ask for out of a guy, and that goes the same for his career at Fort Hays. Each year with the Larks he's gotten better. This last year with the Larks in 2019, his 3rd year suiting up with the Larks emblem across the chest, he had an ERA of 4.47 and a record of 5-2, picking up 6 starts and 9 appearances. This is his 3rd appearance in relief, and he goes home, and his delivery to Kellen Pete is grounded to Kavanaugh, who loses it for a second, throws to Truslow at first, and it will not be in time. It'll be an E6 as the sun starts to peek behind the clouds here in Hays, Kansas. First error of the game for the Larks. Pete aboard for the first time today. He's now 0 for 2 with a ground out, or reaching on an error and a strikeout. Runner at first, nobody out. To Noah Vogel, 0 for 0 on the day with a walk in the first inning. Reuter goes home. Vogel shows bunt, pulls back as a slider runs outside. Wyeth pops to his feet and looks Pete back to the bag. Cleffin on deck, Howard in the hole for the Saints. Showing bunt again as Vogel rolls it down the right line. Truslow gets it and tags him on the first base path, and applies a tag. Vogel tries to dodge it and ends up falling over in the process, but he will do what he was sent out to do and picks up a sacrifice bunt and puts Pete in scoring position. Should Pete score, it will not be an earned run for Ryan Reuter. Vogel will stay at 0 for 0 on the day with the sacrifice bunt and a walk. To the plate now is Colin Cleffman, who popped up to cruise a Ronda to end the top of the first inning. First delivery here to the 3-hole Cleffman is a strike call. Delivery number 2, again another off speed. This one is outside from the Hays native. Reuter, a southpaw, a 6-foot senior at Fort Hays State, and has spent 4 years with the Tigers and just as many with the Larks. He still has another year of eligibility for the Tigers out of the MIAA. Picked up 8 strikeouts in 5 appearances last year with Fort Hays. Had a 1-0 record. Runner takes off to third. The throw is over Palmer Hutchison, and will score is Pete. An unearned run for Ryan Reuter, the 2nd error of the game for the Larks. Unlike Jacob Wyeth for an overthrow to happen like that. And it's a 2-0 lead for the Saints, and the bases are empty with 1 away. The Larks started off the season not having an error for their first almost 10 games. Were extremely solid defensively, and things have started to fall apart for their defense here in this last homestand. Cleffman, the second baseman, takes a fastball to right field. Moving back is Sean Cooper, and then takes a step in to make the catch for out number 2. We're still dealing with the blurry webcam right now. Since it's the last game of the season, it's what we're working with. Amazon was going to take over a week to get anything into us. Shipments were going to take too long due to the coronavirus. But it's the best we've got. It's going to look blurry, and we apologize dearly for that. But it wasn't worth going out and spending money on a shipment that wasn't going to arrive in time. Our tech staff ultimately decided that this is what we're going to have to do for the last game. 0-1 becomes 1-1 to Trevor Howard after a flyout. Howard started off the resumed game with a home run on 2 pitches, past Cameron Pearson over the fence, and it gave the Saints a 1-0 lead. They've scored in each of the last 2 innings in this resumed game, and he has a 2-1 count. Ritter goes from the windup, lefty versus righty. A curveball starts outside and high and ends up at the waist level on the inside part of the plate to Howard. And it is a 2-2 count. And it is actually Luke Bailey hitting in replacement of the center fielder. Bailey was actually the one who had that home run in the second inning, so don't add it to Howard's total. And it's a Bailey in yesterday's ball game batted cleanup and went 2 for 4 with a run scored. Lineup card we got from the Saints had Howard batting 4th and playing center field. Bailey replaced him and has a full count. Luke Bailey now has 4 home runs this year, or 18 RBIs, and just as many runs scored. Lefty versus righty matchup. The payoff pitch from Reuter below the knees, and it's a 6-pitch walk in the 3rd inning and puts Bailey aboard.
Designated hitter number 13, Reggie Williams.
We'll go to the DH in the 5-hole. Reggie Williams, who popped up to Palmer Hutchison for out number 1 of the 2nd inning. For Ryan Reuter, that is just walk number 4 this season through 25 innings pitched. He looks at the runner at first, goes home, slider outside, 1-0 to the DH. On deck is Riley Humrihouse in the hole, Owen Best for the Gameday Saints. Sun really shining bright on the infield. We'll see if that has any effect. It's right in Palmer Hutchison's eyes. Same with Ryan Reuter. Reuter delivers. It's grounded to Cruz Aranda, who eats it and throws to Truslow for out number 3 of the 3rd inning. Saints get a run unearned, reaching on an error and then driven home off of an errant throw to 3rd. And that sends us to the latter half of the 3rd inning. Hayes down by 2, right on Larks Network. Latter half of the third inning, Palmer Hutchison leads it off. His first pitch is a fastball outside. 1-0 to the third baseman from Kansas City, Kansas Community College. Palmer came in and batted for Drew Burr in yesterday's ball game, made two plate appearances, picked up one at bat off of a walk, and then in his at bat got a strikeout. 1-1 becomes 1-2 after he swings and loses his bat. Due up for the Larks in this inning is Palmer Hutchison, Cruz Aranda, and Leo Jeminian for your Hayes Larks. Wind has completely gone away here at Larks Park after inning number 1 showed winds moving way out into center field, whipping the American flag in left field. Righty up in the pen now for the Larks as Jacob Enns has made his way into the dugouts. Palmer Hutchison sends a fly ball to left field. Moving in is Vogel. He's at the warning track and makes the catch 5 feet in foul territory in front of the 322 marker. Well hit for Hutchison, but just didn't get enough oomph under it to send it out of the ballpark. We go to the bottom of the order. Cruz Aranda, the second baseman, sporting the number 1 jersey. He's one of 2 Larks who have joined the roster today. The other one is Carlos Tavares, has now put on the Larks uniform in 3 consecutive years. Played for the Larks a full season in 2018. Came in for the Larks in the NBC World Series last year. Won't pitch tonight, but he will make the trip with the Larks to Wichita and Hutchison. Aranda from Neosho Community College and played at Campbell University and will be going to Pitt State in August. His first delivery in the zone, his second one, nearly hits him. 1-1 against Andrew Hirsch here in the bottom of the third inning. 1 away, bases empty. Hayes down 2-0. Hirsch set up and he goes from the stretch. Aranda waits on one and watches it go outside, and they will call a strike late. 1-2. Jeminian on deck right now. He's at the top of the order. If I'm not mistaken, the guy in the pen for Hayes is Patty Walsh. Aranda sends one way over the fan pavilion, across the street, and into the residentials. Hard hit ball out of play. We'll stay at 1-2 to the right-handed hitting second baseman from Salina, Kansas. The outfield shifts a little bit towards left field. Vogel playing deep in left with his heels on the warning track, and Aranda takes a step backwards and pulls it to the Larks dugout to stay alive. He is replacing Grant Lung tonight. Lung, his season with the Larks is sadly reached its end. Righty versus righty matchup. It's a swing and a miss for Aranda in his first at bat with the Larks. He'll hand his bat to Jeminian, who comes to the plate with 2 away and the base is empty. Strikeout number 1 for Aranda, and strikeout number 1 of the day for Hirsch, number 18 this year. The Larks have left 1 guy on base, have 1 hit and a walk. 3 straight Larks have gone down. Leo sends one hard to left field. Vogel breaks in and makes the catch in front of his chest for out number 3. 1 pitch for out number 3 for the Saints against Hayes. And we'll go to the 4th inning on Larks Network. Inning number 4 we go. Ryan Reuter to the mound for his second inning. Leading it off is Riley Humrichhouse, the third baseman, popped out to Sean Cooper for out number 2 of the second inning. His first look at the southpaw from Fort Hays State University. On deck is Owen Best with Luft in the hole. Delivery number 1 from Reuter, a fastball sent chopped to the Larks dugouts. Ball's getting some warm-up tosses in the pen to Brock Loomis. Wind picking up, blowing in from right center field. And the outfield for the Larks, it's Pearson, Jiminian, and Cooper playing about average depth compared to where the Saints were playing deep. Ground ball is to Aranda, who moves in quickly, fields it, and goes to Truslow. 1 up, 1 down off of 2 pitches to get the 4th inning going here from North Central Kansas. Humrichhouse now 0 for 2 on the day. We go to Owen Best, who got hit number 2 of the day for the Gameday Saints, singling off Drew Burr. First pitch is an off-speed that catches the outside corner. No balls and a strike for Ryan Reuter against the catcher. Same pitch, same spot. This one will be fouled out of the park and into the fan pavilion, past the fan pavilion. One away, base is empty. Reuter goes from the windup. Off speed outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Due up in the bottom of the 4th for your Larks will be Kavanaugh, Divis, and Pearson, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. Reuter goes home. Slider will get a not a called strike. Jacob Blythe popped to his feet and got ready to go around the bases. And Reuter shares a smile with his catcher as he will go back to the mound with a 2-2 count. Nice pitch from Reuter, nicely located. Didn't get the call from the umpire. Reuter shakes off one sign, agrees on number 2, and goes home. The 2-2 delivery is sent to right field, blooping past Aranda, who slides forward, and after almost having out number 2, it's a 1-out single for the Gameday Saints.
Right fielder number 16, Braden Luft.
Just past the glove of Aranda in his first game with the Larks, and Best is now 2 for 2 with 2 base hits. 1 away in the top of the 4th, a runner on first. Hayes down by 2. Reuter looks at the runner on first and goes home. Changeup in the zone for a called strike. Schneider on deck, Pete in the hole. Pete led off the 1st and 3rd innings. Schneider on deck has only 1 plate appearance at the bottom of the order. Fastball outside is 1-1. Reuter allowed 56 hits last year, 14 walks, 44 strikeouts, 48 in the 3rd innings pitched, and had a whip of 1.45. Checks over at first to keep the courtesy runner honest. Truslow applies a tag, and the runner is safe. Larks sporting their white home pants with the white vest, blue sleeves. Ground ball to Reuter, throws to Aranda for 1 to Truslow. Will not be in time, bouncing off the turf. Left aboard with the fielder's choice. Reuter gets out number 2, and the courtesy runner will be back to the dugouts for Gameday.
First baseman number 4, Brody Schneider.
We go to the bottom of the order. The first baseman, Brody Schneider. Not often do you see the first baseman for any team at the bottom of the order. That's what the Saints are going with today. Snyder 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. Didn't play in yesterday's ball game. And number 4 swings above this one and is down 0-1. Schneider batting .236 this year. Has an on-base percentage of .432 through 13 hits, 11 singles, and 2 doubles. 11 runs driven in, and 13 times he's touched home plate. Reuter looks at Luft and goes home. This one low, blocking it is Wyeth. 2-1. Lightning out in left field, but that's where the storm is moving, and it won't affect this ball game. Sun setting here in Hays, Kansas. Wind dying down again, and a slider is sent on a blooper to the right field side. Corbin Truslow sticks out his glove, and it's off it, and that is the second bloop hit for the Saints in this inning. They haven't had any hits that have gone deep in the outfield with the exception of the home run from Bailey. 2 hits now in the 4th inning, the 4th base runner to get on board against Ryan Reuter. 2 on, 2 out, 2-0 lead for the Saints in the top of the 4th inning here on Larks Network. Reuter looks in at the top of the order. Kellen Pete making appearance number 3 at the plate. He's 0 for 2 with a strikeout. Reached on an error in the 3rd and then came around to score. 0-1 after the foul ball from the shortstop. On second base is Luft. On first is Schneider. Delivery number 2 is a curveball in the zone for a called strike. Reuter looks in, dangles his left arm, looks in, and Jacob Wyeth gives him the sign. Reuter likes it, and will go from the stretch. The 0-2 is over the outside part of the plate, and Wyeth sends the ball back to the mound, and Reuter does damage control, leaves a runner at second, and we'll go to the bottom of the 4th here on Larks Network. Hays down 2-0 against the Gameday Saints. Bottom of the 4th we go here from Larks Park. Leading off is Matt Cavanaugh, sends a foul ball off the plate. 0-1 against Andrew Hirsch in this second look at the righty for the Gameday Saints. The Denver Cougars just lost to the Colorado Sox, beat the Colorado Sox 14-9, and they are in second place, but out of the contention of the league. The Larks secured the Rocky Mountain Baseball League Championship already on Friday. Cavanaugh in his first look at Hirsch in the 1st inning flew out to Vogel in left field. 0-2 swung on and fouled off, and they will say that it was a drop 3rd strike. Cavanaugh hustles 90 feet to first base, and the throw from Best to Schneider will get the shortstop.
Designated hitter, number 16, Wyatt Divis.
We go to Wyatt Divis, who had that double play to end the 1st inning, sent a fly ball to right field when Jeminian broke from 1st to 2nd, slid to 2nd, stealing, and then the catch was made and the throw to 1st caught the center fielder off guard, and that sent us to a rain delay. First delivery to Wyatt Divis inside 1-0. One away, base is empty here in the 4th inning. Due up in the 5th inning for the Saints is Vogel, Clefman, and Bailey. Hirsch goes home. It's above the letters outside, 2-0 to Divis. Bearson on deck, Truslow in the hole for the Larks. Wyatt this year is batting .333, has 22 walks, 24 runs scored, and 14 runs driven in, with an on-base percentage of .471 and a slugging of .473. He's in the left-hander's batter's box, but the sky's starting to darken here, and it's 2-0, and it becomes 3-0. Hirsch has only walked one today. That was in the second inning where he walked Jacob Wyeth. And then Armstrong came in and courtesy ran for him, stole second, but then was left there. It is a called strike as Divis took all the way. Larks looking to snap their 2-game losing streak here in the last regular season game of 2020. It's a 5-pitch walk for Wyatt Divis, number 17 this year for Hirsch, in the second one today. First walk on the day for Wyatt Divis. He heads 90 feet to first off of his 23rd walk this year. He has the second most on the team. He's still 5 behind Grant Lung for the Larks lead. We go to Cam Pearson, who popped backwards to best for out number 1 of the bottom of the second inning. Takes a step and sends it hard to left field. It is going to drop right on the foul line and roll to the corner. Wyatt Divis will be held at third, and Pearson sends a hard line drive down the left field line and bounces back after having one that he hit well into foul territory. He gets revenge and sends his first pitch for a double. For Cam, that is double number 11 this year. He has 3 triples and 5 home runs, making for 19 extra base hits, the most by any guy on the team. Pearson now has 11 doubles. The closest guy to him is Matt Cavanaugh with 5. They're going to intentionally walk Corbin Truslow. No pitches thrown. The first one we've seen this year for an intentional walk. It's Divis at third, Pearson at second, Truslow at first. Big situation, and I understand what they're trying to do with the Saints. They want an ending double play, but you just brought an LSU Tiger to the plate with the bases loaded and only 1 away. Truslow, again, is also a very dangerous hitter, and I understand why they don't want to face Big Truss, but there's no guy as a pitcher that I'd want to face on the Larks roster 1 through 9. 1-0 on Wyeth. Walk number 18 this season for Hirsch, if it counts in the base on balls category and not the intentional stat category. 1-1 as this one's in the zone to Wyeth. He walked in the second inning. Armstrong ran for him, and he got ready for the third. 1-1, 1 away, bases loaded. This delivered to Wyeth below the knees. 2-1. Hirsch will look to not get rattled by the situation at hand. Cooper is on deck, Hutchison in the hole. Hirsch has 13 earned runs this year, hasn't allowed 1 today, and gives Jacob Wyeth a hitter's count. Wyeth has a huge opportunity to capitalize here, leads the team in slugging percentage, and Hirsch, you can't give him something good to hit. You can't, absolutely not, but you don't want to walk home a run and give the Larks a 1-run deficit. Wyeth takes one over the inside part of the plate. He does not like the call. Has some words to the umpire and steps out of the box. And he'll have a chat with the umpire and get back into the box with his count full. Frank Leo will share some words with Wyeth, gets him to back off, and Wyeth goes back into the right-hander's batter's box. Pearson at second, with Divis at third, Truslow at first base. Hirsch will go home and deliver the payoff pitch to the catcher, and he fouls it back to stay alive on pitch number 6. We'll get a 7-pitch AB to the catcher from Texas. Truslow is now 0 for 1 today, flying out in the second and then walking in the fourth. This delivery to to Wyeth. He takes a cut and pulls it into foul territory, and will get an 8-pitch AB against Hirsch. Infield at first base. Schneider creeps in a little bit, playing on the green turf with the bases loaded. Breaking in from third is Humry counts, and the payoff pitch is going to hit the number 27 on Wyeth jersey, and it's a hit by pitch RBI, and Hirsch can't deal with the situation that he had and was rattled by a long AV from Wyeth, and Wyeth drives home another run this season and will get Jace Armstrong out of the dugouts. For Jacob Wyeth, that is just the second time he's been plunked this year. He now has 19 RBIs in 18 games. Scoring is Wyatt Divis. And for Wyatt, that is run scored number 25 this year, now tied with Grant Lung for the team lead. Go-ahead run is at second. Tying run is at third to Sean Cooper in the 7th spot. 2 straight balls. It makes it a 1-0 count. And the Larks are down by 1. Delivery number 2 to Sean is outside, 2-0 to the right fielder from Cochise Community College. His teammate Cameron Pearson at Cochise is 90 feet from breaking the game open. Best comes out from behind the plate and takes a 60-foot jog to go have a chat with Hirsch. And look to the dugout as Humry Counts comes from third base to join the mound meeting. And now the dugout will be Mike Coons, the head coach for the Gameday Saints. Cooper on the day grounded out in the second to Clefman to end the inning. Coons comes out of the dugouts and he'll have a chat with Hirsch. They called him out of the dugout. Haven't seen that this season. It's usually the coach that comes out the dugout that wants to have the mound visit. This time the Saints roster calls the mound visit and almost the whole infield is on the rubber. So when we get back and resumed, it'll be Pearson at third, Truslow at second, Armstrong at first. And they will keep Hirsch on the mound to go to the lefty, Sean Cooper, righty versus lefty matchup. And Pearson will go back to third base. Bases loaded, 2-0 count, 1 away to Sean Cooper. Larks down by just 1 now. Sean this year has 14 RBIs and has scored 16 times and has a 3-0 count. Another situation for Hirsch, just like the last one. Can't give the hitter something good to take, but you can't walk him. Don't allow a hit, but you can't allow an RBI walk, and he will throw a strike in to Sean Cooper, taking all the way. It's a hitter's count for the right fielder from Arizona. Larks get their leads at first, second, and third, and the throw home to Sean Cooper is going to be an RBI walk, and Sean Cooper picks up RBI 15. Cam Pearson scores for the 24th time this year, second on the team, and the Larks have tied up the game, and it'll be a day for Andrew Hirsch. The bases are loaded with 1 away, tie game, and we'll see who the new pitcher is on Larks Network. after Sean Cooper picks up his 17th walk this year, we'll get a left-handed pitcher. At the plate is Palmer Hutchison. On the mound is not Will's son, but it is Jaden Smith, making another appearance for the Saints this year. And it is appearance number 8 this year. His first against the Larks, has an ERA of 7.24 and a whip of 1.98. He has made now 5 appearances in relief, is 1-1 this year with a win against Boulder and a loss against the Cougars. Tonight's beverage batter sends a fly ball backwards now to play, 1-1 to Hutch. So after starting out the inning with a strikeout, the Larks retaliate with 3 walks, a double, and a hit by pitch, 2 runs scored. And the bases are still loaded with only 1 away to the 8-hole Hutchison, the third baseman who flew out to Vogel in the last inning. Lefty versus righty matchup. Smith from the University of Mary and delivers below the knees to Hutch. 2 balls and a strike to the right-handed hitting third baseman. Smith has struck out 9 guys this year with 5 walks. Wind moving in from center field, lights on, sun down here from Larks Park. And Palmer Hutchison waits on an off-speed, sends it high and out of play over to the right side behind the Saints dugout. 2-2 count for Hutchison. It's a day for Andrew Hirsch after 4 1/3 and 2 earned runs. All the guys on base, if they would score, would count to his ERA, not Smith's. The southpaw will get ready to go. Can go from the windup if he chooses to, and that's what he does with the bases loaded. A slow windup, and he goes home when it's off the chest protector of Best. Truslow couldn't see it with Palmer Hutchison staying in the way, and the wild pitch will not allow the runners to advance. It's a full count. Truslow looks at Frank Leo and says he couldn't see it. It could have been a 90-foot dash. Truslow might have made it home in time. Who knows? But right now, we'll have a full count to Palmer Hutchison with Truslow at third, Armstrong at second, and Cooper at first. It's a payoff pitch walk for Palmer Hutchison, the 4th walk of the inning for the Larks. Back-to-back walks with the bases loaded makes it a 3-2 lead for the Larks, and they have their first lead of the ball game. 1 away, bases loaded, Hayes up by 1. Cooper to second, Hutchison to first. Truslow will score. For Palmer Hutchison, that is RBI this year, number 6. And for Big Trust, that is the 16th time he's touched home plate this year. First delivery to Cruz Aranda. He sends to the shortstop, Pete, who throws to second. And safely is Palmer Hutchison. The throw is off the glove of Clefman. And Aranda is safe at first. Hutchison safe at second. Cooper safe at third. And Armstrong scores for the 10th time this year, and the Larks are up 4-2. The air keeps the inning alive for Hayes. And that will not go down in the ERA, even though it was a runner that was left by Hirsch after the errant catch. It will go as an unearned run to Hirsch. 0-1 count to Leo Jiminian. After Aranda reaches on an air, doesn't pick up an RBI on that as a run score. A blooper hit for Leo Jiminian, drops behind Clefman. 1 scores, and breaking to third is Aranda, and scoring is Hutchison and Cooper. Leo Jiminian has his 2nd single of the day. The Larks fan base is alive and loud, fans to their feet. As Jiminian's at first, Aranda's at third with 1 away, and we go to the guy who led off the inning, Matt Cavanaugh. Palmer goes from first to home. And, Hutchison goes second to home. Aranda first to third. Cooper third to home. Runs have now come from the 3 through 7 hitters, 8 hitters for the Larks. And they now have a 6-2 lead, and somebody is shaken up in the outfield. Scoring for the Larks, Hutchison just picked up run score number 16. And for Sean Cooper, that is run score number 17 in his 27 games, suiting up for the Hayes Larks. Kavanaugh started the inning out with a strikeout. Since then, 8 straight guys have been aboard off of a single, an error, 4 walks, a hit by pitch, and a double. It's outside to Kavanaugh. 1-0 to the shortstop from UTA. Runners on the corners with 1 away. And Kavanaugh sends one out of play opposite field, 1-1. Aranda at third, Jiminian at first. Not a betting man, but if I was, I would bet that Jiminian takes off, eliminates the inning-ending double play. We almost saw one earlier, and Jiminian has speed to beat the throw to second. I imagine we wouldn't see a throw with Aranda at third. Kavanaugh sends one hard to left field. Vogel's at the warning track. He's at the wall, makes the catch on the warning track. Larks dugout rose to their feet, excited for it. They thought they could have seen a 3-run shot. Kavanaugh doesn't have a home run this year. Hasn't had a home run with the Larks since his first at-bat and as a Lark in 2019. 2 away, but it will not count as an out for Kavanaugh in the stat book, or as an at-bat, I should say, as it's a sacrifice fly, and scoring is Aranda for the first time as a Lark. Kavanaugh picks up an RBI for Matt. That is RBI number 14. The grounder slow to the right side. Clefman throws and pumps, and the pump is just enough to give enough time to Wyatt Divis to beat the throw as guys are making their way to the bag. And now every single Lark has reached base with the exception of Matt Kavanaugh. Divis reaching for the second time this inning. It will be ruled a single for Wyatt Divis, and there is 2 on with 2 outs. Larks up 7-2. Larks just having a great 4th inning. They've now scored all 7 runs here in this 4th inning. They've had 4 walks, 3 hits, 2 singles and a double, a hit by a pitch, reaching on an error, and it's a foul ball to Cam. 0-1. Cam doubled in the 4th inning, got Divis to third, and little did we know that was the spark that got this offense up and running. It is still Jaden Smith on the mound. The lefty has only gotten 1 out since he replaced Hirsch here in the inning. Kavanaugh picked up RBI number 14 on that sacrifice fly, and Aranda scored for the first time this year in his first game, suiting up with the Larks. Pearson watches a fastball outside, 1-1. So Kavanaugh has gotten both outs for the Larks here in the 4th inning. Larks have 3 of their 4 hits here in this inning. Pearson sends one to Clefman, who fields it well and throws to Schneider for out number 3. Larks leave a couple guys on, but they get 7 off the bats of a lot of Larks as everybody comes around, and Kavanaugh, Divis, and Pearson bat twice in the 4th inning, and we go to the 5th. Hayes up 7-2 on Larks Network. America's pastime. Hey Larks fans, click that subscribe button. It's completely free. This isn't like a magazine subscription or a TV subscription. You won't get billed, you won't get spam emails, but you will help us reach our goal. Right now we're at about 600 subscribers, but we're trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. We have thousands of views from this season, but only 600 subscribers. Make sure to subscribe when you're watching if you haven't yet. When you hit that button, the Larks will show up in your subscription section of your account. That's it. No fees, no payments, no registration or information. Share the Larks YouTube page with your friends and tune into our broadcast. Thank you for watching our YouTube channel, supporting the team, and subscribing. The Larks have the best fans, and we're grateful for Larks Nation. Now, let's get back to the game. After a 7-run fourth, it's a day for Ryan Reuter, going 2 innings, and to the mound is his fellow teammate, Patty Walsh. Leading it off is Noah Vogel, 0 for 0 on the day with a sacrifice bunt and a walk. Gets his first look at the righty from Aurora, Colorado. 2 straight balls from Walsh, 2-0 count. Patty Walsh has started 2 games in his now 6 appearances. This is his 4th straight in relief. In his first appearance against the Saints, has allowed 9 hits, 4 earned runs, 7 walks, 14 strikeouts, and has an ERA of 2.77 and a WHIP of 1.23. Can put some velocity on his pitches, take something off on his changeup, and has some wicked movement on his off speeds. 2-2 to Vogel, the left fielder. Vogel from Northwestern College in Iowa, and his delivery from the Tigers, an off speed that hangs in the air and drops late and is fouled off. Walsh would throw a 6th pitch to Vogel. Larks were scoreless for the first 3 innings, and 2 hours after the first pitch, Hayes gets 7 runs. It's a swing and a miss, a fastball from Walsh. Just picked up another strikeout. Vogel now 0 for 1 today. And for Patty Walsh, that is strikeouts number 15 on the season. It's his first year with the Larks, and he has one away in the 5th. One away, base is empty in the top of the 5th inning here from Larks Park. Walsh sends a fastball, and it's sent to right field. Sean Cooper races towards it. He's at the line and makes the catch, hustling forward right in front of the foul territory line. 1 pitch and an out to Colin Clefman. A great play from Sean Cooper. Not many guys would have been able to get there in time, but Sean is different, and he makes the catch for out number 2. Clefman now 0 for 3 on the day with 2 flyouts to Cooper and a pop-up to Aranda. We go to Luke Bailey, who is 1 for 1 today, walked in the 3rd, and then sent a solo shot to left field to get the game back and going in the 2nd. His first pitch is a foul ball backwards, 0-1. Due up in the bottom of the 5th for your Hayes Larks will be Truslow, Wyeth, and Cooper. Larks brought 13 guys to the plate in the last inning. Picked up 3 hits, 4 walks, and 7 runs. 1 ball and a strike to Bailey reads the scoreboard. Fastball below the knees, 2-1. The Larks pitched 6 guys yesterday. This is the 3rd one they pitched today. And Walsh will go from the windup and deliver home. It's a fastball that is low. Hitter's count for the center fielder. Ryan Reuter and Drew Burr each go 2 innings. Each throw 36 pitches and allow 3 hits. Burr strikes out 2, has 1 earned run. Ryan no earned runs. And 1 strikeout, each allow a walk. Ryan Reuter in position to pick up another win on his season. Drew Burr now eliminated from picking up a win or a loss. 3-2, and it's fouled off, and Bailey stays alive. On deck is Williams in the hole, Humrick House for the Gameday Saints. Walsh, a 6'6" junior, the tallest guy on the Larks, made 7 appearances for the Tigers, and a ground ball is up the middle. Kavanaugh slides for it and tries to make a throw from his knees, and Truslow starts to come off the bag, and on his run through on the base, Bailey takes out his feet. It's a hit, and no harm intended, and he checks on Truslow, and they're both okay, thankfully. And Kavanaugh looks a little bit shaken up at shortstop. Missed about the last maybe 15 games of the season last year with a back injury. Has been hurt a little bit this year, and let's hope the shortstop is okay. Bailey just picked up hit number 2 on the day, and coming to the plate is Williams, who's 0 for 2 with a pop-up and a ground out. It's the first hit Patty Walsh has allowed since the 23rd. Pitch is off Jacob Wyeth, and the runner advances second as Wyeth struggled to find him. Patty Walsh gives him a nod and has a 1-0 count as there's a runner in scoring position against the righty. The Larks have nothing to lose and nothing to gain with this game, as they've already clinched their spot in the NBC World Series and won the league. We saw Divis warm up, and we've seen Enns warm up. Neither of them have made appearances in the game. Reuter, Burr, and now Walsh. 2 Fort Hays State Tigers, 1 St. Louis Billiken have made their way to the rubber for the Larks today. This is game number 29 of the season. Larks are 19-8. Saints, this is their 30th game this year. They're 18-11. 1 ball and 1 strike to Williams, the DH. Righty versus lefty matchup. Walsh goes home, gets a swing and a miss off of a fastball. Count moves to 1-2. First time in a long time that when Kavanaugh looks to his left, he's not looking at Grant Long at second base, as Cruz Aranda is picking up start number 1 as a Lark, and it's grounded right to Aranda, who fields it between his legs and throws to Truslow. Patty Walsh sends us to the bottom of the 5th inning here on Larks Network. Hays up by 5. Bottom of the 5th we go here on Larks Network. Leading off is Corbin Truslow, 0 for on the day with a walk, a run scored, and a flyout. New pitcher into the game is Gunnar Fogan out of Northeastern Junior College in Colorado. His first pitch to Big Truss is going to miss the zone above the letters. 1-0 on tonight's first baseman. Due up is Jacob Wyeth and Sean Cooper. 1-0, and he swings and misses at this one. 1-1. When he walked in the 4th, he loaded the bases with it, with Divis on 3rd, Pearson at 2nd, Truslow at 1st, and Wyeth at the dish. All 4 of those guys came around to score in the 7-run 4th for the Larks. Gunnar Fogan has an ERA of 9.42 and a whip above 2. This is appearance number 13, all in relief, and he has a record of 0-1 this year. Picked up a save in his only opportunity this year. That was against the Collegians on June 6th. 2-1 counts on Corbin Truslow, the lefty from Georgetown, Texas. He led the Garden City Community College baseball team in batting average, RBIs, home runs, hits, runs scored, on base percentage, slugging, and walks in his sophomore year, and then led them in average, RBI, home runs, on base percentage, and slugging in his freshman year before joining the Fort Hays State University Tigers this last year, where he made 24 appearances in games, all starts for the Tigers. 3-1 count becomes a full count for Truslow. Truslow played for the Larks' rival last year for the BJs. Played in 30 games, batted .236 with 22 RBIs and 4 home runs with 42 total bases. He'll get a payoff pitch from Fogan, who goes from the windup, and it's a fastball fouled backwards. And we'll get a second payoff pitch and a 7-pitch AB for Corbin Truslow. Truslow this year has 26 RBIs, has scored 16 times including tonight, and has walked 17 times and has an on-base percentage of .500 exactly, reaching base on every other at-bat. Payoff pitch number 2 is below the knees, and they will say Truslow went. He'll head back to the dugout after a close call that he did a check swing. Wyatt shakes his head with him and goes to the batter's box. For Corbin Truslow, that is just the 13th time this year in 117 plate appearances. 13th time that he struck out. Now we'll go to Jacob Wyeth, the catcher, 0 for on the day with a hit by pitch and a walk. Chase Armstrong scored for him in the 4th, and Wyeth picked up an RBI in the same inning. Jacob Wyeth takes a call and strike. Wyeth has scary potential. I mean, this kid, he already is a great player, amazing defensively, great at the plate, blows your minds on some of the throws he's able to make behind the plates, whether he's standing up or on his knees, whatever he's doing. He is just a phenomenal catcher, and what's scary is he's just getting started. Not many times can you say a guy who's spent 3 years at the collegiate level is just getting started. But, I mean, this kid is going to go to LSU this fall, one of the best baseball teams in the NCAA, and they are phenomenal at developing players. And all they're going to do with Jacob is turn him into a better player and help him reach his full potential. You know, the potential there, you see his arm and what he's doing with his bat. And there's so much more that he can do, and he's done so much already, and that's what makes him so scary. The ceiling for Jacob Wyeth is so high, and I would put money that he plays professionally when he graduates for the Tigers. He hits a hard line drive down the left field side, and he's aboard for the 3rd time tonight. His first hit, he's reached on a hit by pitch, a walk, and now a single, and Jace Armstrong will run for him here in the 5th inning. We'll go to Sean Cooper as Armstrong is at first with 1 away. Cooper on the day walked home a run in the last inning and then grounded out to end the 2nd. 1 away, Hayes up by 5 in the bottom of the 5th. Looking in is Fogan. Takes a look at Armstrong, who's already stolen 1 base today. Goes to Cooper, who swings under a fastball. No balls and a strike to the right fielder from Cochise College. Fogan has walked 6 guys this year and struck out 16 and hit 2. He's a righty and he goes home. The fastball is below the knees of Coop. 1 ball and a strike to Sean Cooper. Cooper shares a hometown with Larks second baseman Grant Lung. The 6-foot freshman played in 23 games for Cochise this year, batted .259. Drove in 11 runs and scored 13. Jace Armstrong breaks to second, slides in, and the throw will go behind the plate on the delivery, and Frank Leo keeps Armstrong at second. Second stolen base today for Armstrong, and he's in scoring position with 1 away. 2-1 count to Cooper now. On deck for Hayes is Palmer Hutchison in the hole, Cruz Aranda. Righty versus lefty matchup here from Larks Park. Fogan goes home. Cooper sends it opposite field. Vogel moving in. It drops in front of him. It's a base hit for Sean Cooper, and he reads this one well. Frank Leo holds up. Armstrong at third, and when Cooper rounds first, he watches Vogel, who is slow to get to it, and he speeds around to second base, and it's a double on what could have been a single. And the Larks have 2 straight hits and 2 in scoring position with 1 away here in the bottom of the 5th. It looks like we're going to get what we did last time in Colorado, where the Larks drop a tough one against the Saints in game number 1, with Landon Shire picking up the start. And then in game 2, Drew Burr gets a start, and the Larks will go on to dominate the Saints. Still a lot of baseball to be played, but the Larks have 2 in scoring position with 1 away and a 5-run lead. Drew Burr in game number 1 against the Saints pitched 8 innings greatly and got 8 strikeouts, 1 walkout, and 3 hits, no earned runs, 1-0 count on tonight's beverage batter. Palmer Hutchison 0 for 1 on the day with a fly out, a walk, a run scored, and a run driven in off of that walk. This one in the zone on off speed, 1 ball and a strike with 1 away. Jace Armstrong at third, Sean Cooper at second, Fogan on the mound, and he'll go home to Hutchison. We'll go from the windup with no potential of runners advancing on a throw. And this one will slide across the plate and outside. 2 balls and a strike to the third baseman. Taking cuts on deck is Aranda and the whole Jiminian. 2-1 delivery to Hutchison. He sends on a ground ball past the diving Pete. 1 scores. Cooper held up at third, and Hutchison gives the Larks a 6-run lead and gives the fans half-price beverages for the remainder of the inning. So it's RBI number 2 on the day for Palmer Hutchison, the 3rd straight hit for the Larks against Fogan, who started out the inning with the strikeout against Truslow, nearly a walk, and has allowed 3 hits, 2 singles, and a double. Scoring is Jace Armstrong for the 2nd time today and the 11th time this year. Palmer Hutchison picks up his 2nd RBI today, and for Hutch, that is RBI number 7 on the season. Runners on the corners, 1 away. Hutchison at first, Cooper at third, Aranda at the plate. Reached on an error in the 4th and scored. 1-0 on the second baseman from Salina, Kansas. Larks now have 7 hits. Should be 8 hits. No, it is 7 hits. They had 1 in the first, 3 in the last inning, and now 3 in this inning. Hutchison breaks to second, and Aranda sends one to the Larks dugouts. 1 ball and a strike with 1 away. Runners on the corners. Larks up 8-2 against the Gameday Saints here in the bottom of the 5th. Due up in the 6th inning, down to their final 12 outs, is Humbrickhouse, Best, and Luft. Aranda 0 for 2 on the day. Hutchison doesn't take off, and the throw gets behind Best. It'll be a pass ball and a run scored for Cooper. The 2nd time Coop will score today, and Hutchison advances into scoring position, and the Larks lead goes to 9-2. For Sean, that is run scored this year, at number 18. Larks stuff in the stat sheet in their last regular season game. 7-run lead, a runner in scoring position, 2-1 count with 1 away for Cruz Aranda. Righty delivers to the righty, and it's a called strike as it catches the inside part of the plate. Jiminian on deck, Kavanaugh in the hole. It's a pop fly to the right field side. Luft and Clefman move towards it. Luft calls off the second baseman, and Hutchison will stay at third base. Or excuse me, at second base, not advancing to third base. That is the first out since the leadoff guy of the inning, and that was the 5th hitter of the inning. And we go to Leo Jiminian, who singled in the last inning and singled in the first, is 2 for 3 on the day. Hutchison at second, Jeminian at the plate. Gunnar Fogan will go home. And it's above the letters to Jeminian 1-0. Larks have scored 9 runs in these past 2 innings off of just 5 outs. And Hirsch has 5 earned runs. Smith has 2 scored on him, but no earned runs. Fogan has 1 earned run and 2 runs scored on him. 2 balls and no strikes with 2 away and the runner at second base. And it's a fastball outside and low. 3 balls and no strikes to Jeminian. French center fielder has his final game of the Larks regular season. Will make the trip with the team to Wichita to take on the KC All-Stars on Monday. 4 pitches. This is the first strike to Jeminian. Hitters counts for the center fielder from France. Leo from St. Lo, France, was a member of the French youth national team, was invited to the senior team, sends a fly ball to center field, and the guy who was on the MLB World Select team will fly out to the center fielder, Howard, and that'll end the 5th inning. The Larks get 2, and they have a 9-2 lead as we move to the 6th here on Larks Network. Top of the 6th we go. Patty Walsh back to the mound for his 2nd inning of work. Throws a ball to Riley Humrickhouse, 0 for 2 in the day with a pop fly out and a ground out. Swing and a miss, and it's tipped into the glove of Jacob Wyeth. A 1-1 count on the 3rd baseman from Minot State University in Colorado. 1 ball and 1 strike, nobody out, nobody on. A pop fly into right field. Cooper moves back and will make the catch for out number 1. Good read from the right fielder.
Catcher number 36, Owen Best.
Now to Owen Best, the catcher, 2 for 2 in the day with 2 singles. Saints have been scoreless in the 1st, 4th, and 5th. Got 1 run in each of the 2nd and 3rd innings. First pitch from Patty Walsh is at the feet of Best. He jumps out of the way, and it's a 1-0 count. Walsh has only hit 2 guys this year. The 6'6" righty and delivers from the windup. It's a fastball sent to right field. Sean Cooper moves in and then back, calls off Jeminian and makes the catch 20 feet in front of the 349 sign. And the read that was incorrect on the first time he ran in and then ran back, called off Leo and made the catch. 2 fly balls on 3 pitches to Sean Cooper in right, and there's 2 away. So now we will go to Braden Luft. Single and a fielder's choice has reached twice today and is 1 for 2. Patty throws strikes on not quite 60% of his pitches, has faced 55 batters this year, thrown 129 strikes, 27 first pitch strikes, and starts off about half of the batters he faces with the first pitch strike, and when he does so, 2/3 of them end up going out. And when he starts the runner or hitters out with a first pitch strike, less than 4% of those at-bats end up in a walk. Now to Braden Luft, and count goes to 1-1. And another fly ball hit over the right side. This one will be out of play. Sean Cooper won't be able to get out number 3. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the 8-hole right fielder from the Masters University. Due up in the bottom of the 6th for Hayes will be Kavanaugh, Divis, and Pearson. And it's a strikeout for Patty Walsh, number 2 on the day and on the season for Patty Walsh. That is punch-out number 16, and that sends us to the bottom of the 6th inning here on Larks Network.
You're tuned in to the Larks Network.
Off the bottom of the 6th for Hayes as Matt Kavanaugh takes a fastball inside from the new pitcher Peter Goldie. 1-0 on the shortstop from Keller, Texas. Matt on the day 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly, an RBI, a strikeout, and a flyout. This is appearance number 12 on the season for Goldie. Has gone 27 1/3, has an ERA of 5.598 and a WHIP of 1.46. And line drive is going to bounce right in front of Pete, who does a nice dig and throws out Kavanaugh by a couple of steps. One shortstop grounds out to the other on a nice play from Pete, and there's one away in the bottom half of the 6th inning.
Number 16, Wyatt Divis.
Look at a Wyatt Divis. 1 for 2 in the day with a single, a run scored, a walk, and a double play. Peter Goldie pitched against the Larks on the 17th, went 1 inning in relief, walked 1 and struck out 1, and the 8-2 loss for Gameday. Larks up 9-2 here in the bottom of the 6th. Davis digs in the left-hander's bounder's box versus the Northpaw from Seward County Community College in Kansas. It's 1-0 as this one is inside towards the shins of Wyatt Divis, tonight's designated hitter. On deck is Cam Pearson in the hole, Corbin Truslow for your Hayes Larks. Divis, a 3-year player for Hayes, and last year Divis was the co-pitcher of the year in the Kansas Collegiate League Baseball League. Spent 2 years with the Blue Dragons and 2 years with the Mavericks at UTA after graduating from Hutchinson Community College. Led the Larks in team wins and was the first teamer in the league. Made 9 appearances on the mound, 5-1 record, and batted .336 with 40 hits and just as many RBIs, 35 runs scored, and 4 home runs. The 2-0 to Wyatt Divis. It's going to be inside 3-0 to the DH. Divis batted 8 times for the Mavericks, went 1 for 8 with a run scored. On the mound, he was one of only a handful of guys in the NCAA Division I that had an ERA of 0.0 to end the season. Made 4 appearances, a 1-0 record through 16 innings pitched, had an opponent batting average of 132 and picked up 2 saves on the year. Hitters count for the DH from UTA. And it'll be a 5-pitch walk for Wyatt Divis, his second walk of the day. Last one was in the 4th when he came around to score the first run of the day for Hayes. For Peter Goldie, that is walk number 12 on the season. Runner on first with 1 away, we go to Cam Pearson. For Wyatt Divis, that is walk number 24 on the year. Delivery to Cam Pearson is off a chest protector best, rolls to his right, and he looks Divis back to first base. Cam on the day, 1 for 3 with a double, a run scored, a ground out, and a pop-up, has one of 2 extra base hits for the Larks. 1-0 becomes 1-1 after a foul ball is at the backstop, 1-1 to Cam. Number 16 on first base for the Larks, number 17 at the plate for Hayes, and Pearson, the 6'2 freshman from Gilbert, Arizona, digs back into the right-hander's batter's box. For the Apaches, Cam appeared in 24 games with 16 hits, batted .235 with 9 RBIs, picked up 8 walks. Cam was a 5A Arizona Baseball Coaches Association All-Star last year and was a second-team All-State member and was an All-Region first-teamer, batting .455 in his high school career with 85 hits and 79 RBIs. Had 9 home runs in high school in Arizona, and this year he has half of that with 5 in just 28 games. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the right-handed left fielder, Cam Pearson. Divis at first base, and the delivery to Pearson will be from the stretch. Goldie goes home, and Pearson sends it to center field. Howard moves left and in and makes the catch for out number 2 of the 6th inning. We'll go now to Corbin Truslow, 0 for 2 in the day with a run scored, a walk, a strikeout, and a flyout. Larks were silent in the first 3 innings, brought 11 guys to the plate, picked up a walk and a hit. And then since then, in the 4th and the 5th, they were unstoppable, bringing 19 guys to the dish over those 2 innings and got 6 hits and 9 runs. Lefty versus righty matchup. And Goldie delivers to Big Truss outside on a changeup, 1-0. Hirsch got the start on the mound for the Saints, had 5 earned runs to finish the day, and if the Larks can get 9 more outs and don't allow 7 runs, it'll be a loss, and it'll be the first one of the year for Hirsch. Delivery to Truslow outside, 2 balls and no strikes with Wyeth on deck. Truslow been a huge addition to the Larks roster this year, has upped the team's slugging percentage, home runs, and RBIs totals drastically. 2-0 count with 2 away, a runner on first in the bottom of the 6th. Hayes up 9-2. This one, it will be at the letters on an off speed to Truslow. 2 balls and a strike. Due up in the 7th inning will be Schneider at the bottom of the order, and then Pete and Vogel for the Gameday Saints. Larks split the series in Colorado against Gameday, and they'll look to do the same here tonight, losing yesterday. It's a hitter's count for one of the best hitters in all of the Rocky Mountain Baseball League. 3-1 count, 2 away. Goldie looks over his shoulder at Divis, who he walked, and walks the second guy of the inning. Got a ground out to start it, walked Divis, and a fly out, and now walks Truslow. Walk number 2 on the day for Corbin, and on the season, that is walk number 19 for Truslow, and that is tied for the 3rd best on the team with Leo Geminian. 2 on, 2 outs. Larks up by 7 in the bottom of the 6th. We go to Jacob Wyeth, who is 1 for 1 the day with a hit by pitch, a walk, and a single. Jace Armstrong has ran for him 3 times and scored twice. Wyeth has also picked up an RBI. The first delivery to him is at the letters. He cuts at it and is under it for a strike 1. Cooper on deck, Hutchison in the hole for the Larks. Wearing their white home vests with the white pants. Larks lettering across the front with a red trim, blue sleeves. Gameday wearing road gray pants, a navy blue jersey with some blue trimming and a light blue trimming and a light blue lettering. 0-1 to Jake, and it becomes 1-1 as a slider runs just outside on the catcher. Jacob Wyeth, the 6'2 redshirt sophomore, will have 3 years of eligibility for the LSU Tigers. Was the 4th-ranked catcher coming out of high school, according to Perfect Game, and the 66th best catcher in the nation. Had a 1.9 pop time in high school. Was a 2016 first-team All-District, a 2016 All-Central Texas. A Perfect Game All-American underclassman 2015, committed to Baylor, and batted .386 in high school in his senior year, with 20 RBIs in 21 games. Has a 1-2 count here at Larks Park. Played in 11 games for the Wranglers this last year at Cisco College. Batted .433 with 13 hits and 14 runs driven in. Had an on-base percentage above 500 and a slugging percentage above 600. Sends a 1-2 count to right field. Clefman and Luft move in, and Luft calls off the second baseman, and it bounces off his glove. He throws to third. Truslow is to third. Wyeth to second. 4th time, Jacob Wyeth will be aboard, and Divis scores for the 2nd time today. And that will make the Larks lead go up to 8. Tough air for the Saints. Tough turn of events for Peter Goldie. There's 2 in scoring position with 2 away to Sean Cooper, and it's a 10-2 ball game. Divis just scored for the 26th time this year. He now holds the team lead in runs scored. Holds the team lead in several pitching categories as well. Armstrong at second, Truslow at third. Teammates at Fort Hays State University with Sean Cooper at the dish. If Cooper could drive in Armstrong, that would end the ball game with a run rule. 1-0 on Sean Cooper, who doubled in his last at-bat, has 2 RBIs. Has 2 runs scored and 1 RBI. 1-0 becomes 1-1 as this one's in the zone on Coop. Hutchison on deck, Aranda in the hole. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's just below the knees on Sean Cooper, 2-1. Sean throws right-handed, bats left-handed, and sends a pop-up towards the Larks dugout, and moving into foul territory is Humry House. He will secure it. Larks leave 2 in scoring position and pick up a run as we go to the 7th inning on Larks Network. Hayes up 10-2 against the Gameday Saints. Hey Larks fans, click that subscribe button. It's completely free. This isn't like a magazine subscription or a TV subscription. You won't get billed, you won't get spam emails, but you will help us reach our goal. Right now we're at about 600 subscribers, but we're trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. We have thousands of views from this season, but only 600 subscribers. Make sure to subscribe when you're watching if you haven't yet. When you hit that button, the Larks will show up in your subscription section of your account. That's it. No fees, no payments, no registration or information. Share the Larks YouTube page with your friends and tune into our broadcast. Thank you for watching our YouTube channel, supporting the team, and subscribing. The Larks have the best fans and we're grateful for Larks Nation. Now, let's get back to the game. Top of the 7th we go here in Hays, Kansas. New pitcher into the game is Brady Rose, a 6'5 freshman from McLennan Community College. Appeared in 6 games for the Highlanders and went 3-0 with an ERA of 3.55. Struck out 18 and walked just 12. All his appearances were in relief with that perfect record. Throws in a strike against Brody Schneider. At the bottom of the order, Rose, the southpaw, goes home. It's an off-speed outside, and Schneider chases it. It's way outside, 0-2. For Brady Rose, this is his 9th appearance this year, or his 8th in relief, and he's 1-0 this year and gets strikeout number 25 on the season. And that's the second time Schneider's been down on strikes, and the Saints are down to their final 8 outs. Rose got a win against the Collegians when he went 3 innings in relief. He's got the start against the Collegians on the 5th, where he went 4 innings, allowed 2 hits and 1 walk. It was a 2-hit ball game for the whole team, and that one where the Larks had just that 1 walk in a dominant 20-0 victory, the largest margin that the Rocky Mountain Baseball League has seen. No balls and a strike to Kellen Pete, the top of the order, 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, 1 looking, 1 swinging, and he also reached on air and scored. Now catching for the Larks is Brock Loomis, Hayes High graduate just this year, just been his last Saturday at his graduation, and is appearing for the Larks. He's a Butler Community College baseball commit, just caught the 2nd strike of the at-bat against Pete. Rose's southpaw goes from the windup. It's a fastball that is going to be swung on, and a wild pitch. A weird strikeout. Never seen a... And it took a nasty bounce off of Loomis, and Rose might have thought it was a foul ball. He'll talk with Loomis as coming to the plate is Noah Vogel. So the third strikeout of the day for Pete. He's aboard for the second time. And for Brady Rose, that is strikeout number 26 this year. B. Rose has an ERA of 1.5 and a whip of .833. Fastball above the letters, 1-0. Due up after the seventh inning stretch is Cooper, Hutchison, and Aranda, the bottom three in the Larks lineup. 1-0 lefty versus lefty matchup. Rose hits the zone and gets a strike called. 1-1, one away, runner on first. And it'll go behind Loomis. It's a pass ball, and the runner moves to second base. And there's a runner in scoring position with only one away. Pete at second base for the second time today and has scored half the runs for the Saints, scoring in the third inning. And the other run came off the bat of Luke Bailey, a solo shot to left field, which felt like forever ago. First pitch was nearly 3 hours ago, and there was a 43-minute rain delay. And it's a fastball outside for a called strike two. 2 balls and 2 strikes with one away in the top of the seventh. Final 3 innings at Larks Park this season. Larks will be again playing in the NBC World Series on Monday, looking for their first championship. They've made it to 5 championships before. Looking for that first one. Brady Rose has struck out 3 this inning and number 27 on the season. If there wasn't for that draw third strike, that would have ended the inning. Pete's at second with 2 away. All are swinging strikeouts, and we go to Colin Clefman. 0 for 3 on the day, flew out twice to Sean Cooper and popped up to Cruz Aranda in the first inning to end the top of the first. Curveball from Rose misses just outside on Colin Clefman. Saints down to their final 7 outs. Rose will go from the stretch. Fastball high and outside, 2-0.
10 runs, 7 hits for the Larks. 2 runs, 7 hits for Gameday. The Saints with 2 errors, the Larks with 1. 2-0 to Clefman.
Lefty versus righty. Rose in the zone for a called strike. Brady didn't pitch against the Saints in the he did pitch against the Saints on the 16th through 2 innings in relief, striking out 3, no walks and no hits, no runs. As pitched against the Cougars, Rough Riders, Collegians, Sox, Saints on the season. Curveball above the zone. 3-1 hitters count for Colin Clefman, the 3-hole second baseman from Minot State University. In the hole, or on deck, Luke Bailey. In the hole, Reggie Williams. Runner takes off to third. It's above the letters, and Loomis fumbles the ball. Runners on the corner, so after striking out 3, there's runners on the corners for Brady Rose. First walk of the day for B. Rose, and number 7 this year. The first time Clefman's been aboard today. Lefty versus righty. Bailey, the center fielder, takes a ball right over the strike zone at the knees. 0-1. This is the 5th batter Rose has faced this inning. Hasn't allowed a hit. Struck out 3 and walked 1 in his 1 inning of work today.
Rose delivers.
This one, it'll get past Loomis. Runner starts to creep down the line, and it goes behind Loomis, but he looks the runner back to third, and Pete will stay at the 3 bag, Cleffman at the 1 bag. Runners on the corners, 1-1 count with 2 away. This one below the knees, 2 balls and a strike. Bailey on the day, 2 for 2 with a single, a run scored, a 1 driven in, a walk, and a home run. Been a dangerous hitter and sends one on a line drive hard but into foul territory, bouncing up against the Larks bullpen where there is a southpaw warming up, along with a righty next to him. This is the 4th pitcher the Larks have brought to the mound today. Their 2nd Colorado native. He brought Bird to start the game, went 2 innings, Reuter 2 innings, 2 innings from Walsh, and now 2/3 of an inning with 3 strikeouts for Rose. Reuter and Burr each threw 36 pitches. Patty Walsh threw 27, and Rose has thrown 20, 11 of those being strikes. It'll be a full count, and to Bailey. Larks up by 8, have a solid cushion for their pitching staff, but Rose wants to get out of this inning, and he will throw to Bailey. Runner takes off, and it's a swing and a miss. How many times do you see that? 4 strikeouts in 1 inning, and Brady Rose now has 28 on the years, and he leaves a runner at 3rd and on 1st, and we go to the 7th inning stretch on Larks Network. Of the 7th we go. The 7th inning has been stretched, and leading off is Palmer Hutchison. New pitcher into the game is Nathan Schrader from the University of St. Thomas. His first delivery to Hutch, the 3rd baseman, is in the zone for a called strike. Schrader on the year has made 10 appearances now. His 7th in relief, has 2 starts, 1 against the Rough Riders, 1 against the Pirates. He's 1 on the year, picking up a win in his last appearance. That was on the 20th against the Pirates, where he went 7 innings and allowed 6 hits, struck out 3 with no earned runs. Has an area of 3.92 and a whip of 1.40, striking out 11 guys and walking 4, and has allowed 25 hits on the year. 0-2 count becomes 1-2 to Palmer Hutchison, who on the day has a walk, a single, and a flyout, a run scored, and 2 runs driven in. On deck is Cruz Aranda. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the third baseman out of Kansas City, Kansas Community College. Palmer, familiar with Larks Park, has grown up in Hayes. The 6'2 freshman was a 2-time All-WAC first-team member in high school under Frank Leo and Keith Harper, and was a 2019 Sports in Kansas 5A second-team All-State and clocked a 4.09 home to first. He will strike out here to get the bottom of the 7th going. We go to the bottom of the order, Cruz Aranda, who is 0 for 3 on the day, reaching on an air, popping up and striking out in his first game in the Larks uniform. Came around to score in the 4th inning, part of that 7-run inning. Larks have scored in each of the past 3 innings, 7 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th. Saints have been scoreless since the 3rd inning. 1-0 as a slider misses outside. Schrader looks in. Tall northpaw will go to the righty, and it's a fastball that misses below the knees. 2 balls and no strikes with 1 away. Schrader shakes off a couple of signs from Owen Best, his catcher, and will go from the stretch. 2 straight balls becomes 3 straight balls, as this one is again below the knees to the second baseman. It's Vogel, Bailey, and Luft in the outfield. Humringhouse, Pete, Clefman, and Schneider in the infield. Best behind the plates, and Schrader to the mound. And it's a 4-pitch walk for Cruz Aranda, aboard for the 2nd time of the day. His first walk on the season. We'll go to the top of the order in the bottom of the 7th. For Schrader, that is just walk number 5 through 20, now 21 innings as he retired the first out. Lead on the day, 2 singles and 2 flyouts. Only Lark to not score, drive in a run. Check over at first, Aranda reads it, and as soon as Schrader moves his front foot, he starts sliding back and is in safely. This is pitcher number 5 on the day for Gameday. Hirsch got the start, 5 earned runs through 3 in the 3rd. Smith came in relief in the 4th inning through 2/3 of an inning. 2 runs came on him, but none scored. Gunnar Fogan came in, pitched 1 inning with 1 earned run. Goldie came in and pitched the last inning. 1 run came around on him, but it was unearned, and Schrader is now retired 1 off of 11 pitches. There is a pitcher warming up for the Larks. Can't tell quite who it is from here. It is a right-hander. It's number 27, which would be Jacob Wyeth. I doubt they want to pitch their catcher, but what do you have to lose? It's his last game in Hayes, and you're up by 8. Larks pitched a couple of position players last year, none this year. Brooke Brandon, the 3rd baseman, pitched for the Larks last year, and his teammate from Jacksonville State, Alex Strachan, also made some appearances on the mound for the Hayes Larks. Runner takes off, and the throw is going to be high, but Aranda would have beat it had it been accurate. Took off on a great jump, and his first stolen base as a Lark, read the pitch well, and is in safely in scoring position, eliminating that potentially inning-ending double play. 2-1 to Jeminian with the runner in scoring position, and an RBI opportunity for Jeminian. Leo this year has led the team in stolen bases, only guy in double digits for Hayes, and his 2-1 delivery is outside into the left-hander's batter's box, 3-1. Jiminian this year batting .232 as an on-base percentage, just under 400, 23 runs scored, 7 RBIs off of 23 hits, 22 singles and 3 doubles for 25 hits. Grounded at Humringhouse, who bumbles it and then will throw Jiminian out across the diamond for out number 2. Not many times can a guy fumble the ball and still throw out Jiminian with his baffling speed. But we'll go to Matt Cavanaugh with 2 away and a runner at second. Matt on the day, a ground out, a fly out, and a strikeout, along with a sacrifice fly, picking up RBI on the year, number 14. He scored 19 times, and they will look at the runner at second and throw home. Humringhouse fields it, shuffles, and throws Cavanaugh out. Back-to-back groundouts to the third baseman will end the 7th inning. First time since the 3rd inning that the Larks have been scoreless. We'll go to the 8th. Hayes up by 8 runs on Larks Network. To the mound for inning number 8 is Jacob Enns. First guy he faces is Reggie Williams, the DH, 0 for 3 on the day. And catcher Brock Loomis going to go have a talk with Jacob Enns on the mound. So in the bullpen is still Jacob Wyeth. They might want to throw him out in the 9th. And he was throwing pitches, but now he is putting on the catcher's gear and catching for Wyatt Divis. This is pitcher number 5 of the day for the Larks, the 10th one we've seen in the ball game. 5 from each team. It is the 3rd Fort Hays State Tiger on the mound for Hayes. Enns, Reuter, and Walsh, along with Burr and Arose, all go for the Larks. Enns looks in the southpaw shakes off a sign from Loomis and goes home. A slider just below the knees, 2-1. Enns a 5'11 junior at Fort Hays State. Made 12 appearances for the Tigers, 3-1, 11 in relief, 1 start. Had a 3.16 ERA and had an opponent batting average of 240. And Williams grounds it right at Enns, who tosses it underhand to his fellow Fort Hays State Tiger, Corbin Truslow, for out number 1. The Larks have a lot of Tigers on the roster and a lot of success with them. 5 years ago would have been tough to say, or even 2 years ago, that having a lot of Tigers on your roster would contribute to a lot of team success, but their roster has been gutted. Jared Goodell has come in, brought in a lot of good players. Walsh, Enns, and Truslow, each in their first year with the Fort Hays State Tigers. And right now there is 2 Tigers on the field, with Enns on the mound and Truslow at first. Jace Armstrong, courtesy runner for the Larks, also in his first year with the Tigers after playing 2 at Cloud County. 1-0 is the count to Riley Humrigaus. 0 for 3 on the day. The third baseman has grounded out, popped up, and flew out. 2-0 count. Southpaw Inns goes home and gets a swing and a miss on one low. 2-1. Appearance for Inns, number 11, all in relief. He's 1-0 this year, has had one save opportunity. It was against the Collegians, and he came in and had the bases loaded on 3 walks and then got a 3-2 payoff pitch to get a strikeout to end the game. Larks won by just 1 run, and a very tense situation. Ends unfazed by the pressure and got the Larks a victory on their way to the Rocky Mountain Baseball League Championship. 2 balls and 2 strikes after the foul ball. Off speed from Inns will be fouled off and will stay at 2-2 for pitch number 6. Inns has an ERA of .587 and a whip just above 1 at 1.04. Picked up his win on the 22nd against the Rough Riders, 2 innings in relief. And it's a ground ball right at Inns. The second one to him. He snags it hard and will toss to Truslow again for out number 2. Good play from Inns. Shows off those reactions. And the 2-time All-State pitcher and the 2017 5A State Pitcher of the Year works his way to 2 outs in the 8th inning. And the Saints are down to their final 4 on the ballgame. Go to Owen Best, the catcher. 2 for 3 in the day with a fly out to Sean Cooper in the 6th, and then a single off of Ryan Reeder in the 4th, and a single off of Drew Burr in the 2nd. 1-0 on the catcher. Inns made 26 appearances in high school. 8 of those starts went 12-0, a perfect high school record with an ERA under 1 through 92 innings, 101 strikeouts, 3 saves, 23 walks, and allowed just 58 hits with an opponent batting average under 400. Played at Barton County. Made 19 appearances, and went 2-2 with an ERA of 3.92 and pitched 41 1/3 innings with 43 strikeouts. 2-1 after a lost bat. On deck is Braden Love in the hole, Brody Schneider. 2 up for the Larks in the bottom of this 8th inning will be the 3, 4, 5 hitters, Davis, Pearson, and Truslow. We had that long rain delay right after the first inning, lasted 43 minutes, and it was almost an hour between Drew Burr's pitches from the first to the second. Saints 4 outs away from being 18-12 on the year and having their 1-game win streak snapped. Slider just at the letters. I thought they were going to call it above the letters for a second, but right call is made as Inns threw a pretty pitch and has the count moved to 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 away in the top of the 8th, and infield starts to make their way to the dugouts, and Inns looks at them, and now the count's at 4. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Close call, and Inns delivers. It's fouled off and over the Larks dugout out of the fan pavilion. Defensively for Hayes, it's Pearson, Jeminian, and Cooper in the outfield. Truslow, Aranda, Kavanaugh, Hutchison in the infield. Brock Loomis behind the plate, and Jacob Inns on the mound. Payoff pitch is grounded softly to Aranda. A slow swing. He fields it and throws to Truslow. 3 up, 3 down for Jacob Inns and the Larks in the 8th inning. We go to the bottom half. Hayes up by 8. Top of the eighth, bottom of the eighth. Leading it off is Wyatt Divis. We'll take a quick pause before he bats to bring you this day in Larks history. On July 29th, 1962, the Hayes Larks had their second straight walk-off win, defeating the Munger Tigers 5-4 at Larks Park. Bob Nelson's two-out single in the ninth scored the winning run after Arlen Walters hit a game-winning grand slam in the Larks' last at-bat to beat Victoria. Reliever John Roth was a winning pitcher against Munger. Divis fouls one off, and his count moves to 0-1 to start off the bottom of the eighth inning. You can catch This Day in Larks History on Facebook. Make sure you follow the Larks on Twitter for game updates and all sorts of other updates. And subscribe to the Larks on YouTube and share with a friend. And let's help us reach our goal of 1,000 subscribers. 0-1 to Divis. New pitcher into the game is number 25, Dylan Weaver from Northeastern Junior College in Colorado. Throws a ball 1-1. Wyatt Divis on the day. 2 walks, a single, and 2 runs scored. This is a day for Nathan Schrader after just 1 inning. Dylan Weaver has an ERA above 10 and a whip above 2 for the Game Day Saints. This is their 6th pitcher of the game. With Lightning in the outfield, Divis sends a fly ball into the infield. Moving towards the Larks dugout is Best and Humringhouse. And Humringhouse goes towards the Larks fence and then bounces backwards to try and dive for it. A bad read keeps Divis alive. 1-2. 2-2. Weaver this year is making appearance number 18, his 16th in relief. He's 2-0. Pitch against the Larks on the 17th went 2/3 of an inning with 3 earned runs and 3 hits allowed in the 8-2 win for the Larks. Weaver goes home and misses 3-2. Still Best behind the dish, catching for the Game Day Saints. And we've been almost 3.5 hours since the first pitch came out of the hand of Drew Burr. Divis sends a line drive to the right field side. It rolls into the corner. Luft moves towards it, and Divis heads to second base, slides in safely, almost overslides it, keeps his left hand on the bag, and it's a double for Wyatt Divis. His second hit of the day, and he is aboard to start off this 8th inning. Well, this is my second year calling games for the Larks as the voice of the Larks, and the second year I've gotten the pleasure to watch Wyatt Divis tear through orders on the mound and get a lot of hits in the batter's box. Saw him get a pitcher of the year, co-pitcher of the year last year, and I just watched him get his 5th double of the year. Scored twice and the delivery to Pearson outside, 1-0. Divis has been a dominant player, and he's in scoring position. Like I said, this is my second year with the Larks, and you can bet I'll be back for year 3 and continue broadcasting for this hometown team in Hayes, team that I love, and it's been a pleasure calling games for them. Knew after last year I was going to be back, and after this year, there's no doubt that I'll be back. And I know a lot of the Larks players are eager to come back next summer and play in front of the home crowd at Larks Park. Swing from Pearson, whose family is in town making the trip from Arizona to watch their son. And he's 1-1, and the delivery is below his knees, 2-1 to the left fielder from Cochise College. Had a double in the 4th inning, came around to score in the same inning. That was the first hit of that inning, the first one for the Larks since the 1st inning. And that broke the game open, got Divis to 3rd with no score for Hayes, and then he scored the 2nd run of the game. Hard hit ball to left field. It's high and drops into the Larks bullpen. Two balls and 2 strikes with nobody out and a runner on second for the Hayes Larks against the Denver Game Day Saints. Larks up by 8, and the Saints will be down to their final 3 outs. We'll see if the Larks want to bring Divis to the mound for the 9th. It's a pop fly backwards and over the grandstand, and Pearson will stay alive. Cam batting .358, has an on-base percentage above .400, a slugging percentage above .650, an on-base plus slugging of 1.054, has driven in 22 runs and scored 24 times. And the second 2-2 delivery is a slider outside and low, full count for Cam. Full count. Righty versus righty matchup. And Weaver goes home. It's a swing and a miss and a drop third strike. Cam makes his way to first base. Davis at second, one away. The first time Cam's gone down on strikes today. For Dylan Weaver, that is strikeout number 19 on the year, his 16th one in the league. We go to Corbin Truslow, who has 2 walks on the day with a run scored. Davis at second. Truslow in the box. Wyeth on deck. Cooper in the hole. It's not Wyeth on deck anymore. Brock Loomis will hit if necessary. Davis has a big lead at second. Weaver looks at him, goes home. A fastball is outside. 1-0 to Corbin Truslow. This is the final regular season game for Frank Leo in his 38th season with the Larks. Bryce Baumert, the first base coach, across the diamond from Frank Leo. His first year as the Larks assistant coach, Keith Harper, along with Leo, a lot of years with the Larks organization as the team's pitching coach. 1-1 after a called strike to Corbin Truslow. 1-1 to Truslow into the right-hander's batter's box. 2-1. Truslow, a 6'1" junior from Georgetown, Texas. Bats and throws left-handed. And this delivery, a slider inside. Hitter's count for Corbin Truslow. Loomis on deck for Hayes, looking to pick up his 4th plate appearance on the year. Has 2 at-bats, a strikeout, and a walk. Still looking for his first hit in the Larks uniform. Played for the Larks late in last year after wrapping up his junior year in high school. Late in the season when the Larks had a lot of guys hurt and played against the Collegians. 3-2 delivery is sent out of play. We'll get a second payoff pitch. Hayes has 8 hits versus the 7 for Gameday, and they have a 10-2 lead here with 1 away in the bottom of the 8th inning. Payoff pitch is sent out of play again, and Truslow stays alive. And Drew Burr, who's got the start on the mound, will bring some balls to the home plate umpire. Larks will be without Landon Shire and Jacob Wyeth at the NBC World Series, along with Grant Lung. So 3 Larks that I know of won't be making the trip with the team in Wichita. 3 very key players to the Larks' success this year. Payoff pitch to Truslow is swung on and missed, and it is the 2nd time Corbin has been down on strikes today. 2 away, runner at second in the bottom of the 8th. Due up for the 9th for the Saints, down to their final 3 outs will be Lufts, Schroeder, and Peets. We'll go to Brock Loomis. Loomis got at-bats against the Sox here in Hayes. 1 on the 11th, and then 1 on the 12th. Still looking for hit number 1. Struck out and walked on the 12th, and then grounded out on the 11th. Sends his first pitch hard to left field. Vogel moves back. He's right in front of the warning track and will make the catch. Great read for Brock Loomis, who is just 18 years old and headed to his first year of college. Sends his first pitch hard to left field, but it will be caught by Vogel, and that'll send us to the 9th inning on Larks Network. Hayes up by 8 against the Gameday Saints. Top of the ninth we go. On the mound is Wyatt Divis for your Hayes Larks. Be a key player as the Larks go to the NBC World Series on Monday. The first guy he faces here today is Braden Luff, the right fielder. 1 for 3 on the day with a strikeout and a single. First delivery from Divis, a fastball low and outside. Divis, a 3-pitch arsenal. Slider, changeup, and a fastball. Remember last year I asked him what pitches he had. He told me those, and he said, that's all I need. He struck out 34 guys in 9 games, 22 in the third innings. This is appearance number 10, his 8th straight in relief. Got the start against the Pirates when the Larks run ruled the Pirates to start the season. Picked up the win, allowing 2 hits. He's only allowed 12 hits this year and walked just 3, struck out 34, hit just 1 guy. Has 2 earned runs all year, an ERA just above .8 and a whip of .672. 2-1 is lined at Matt Cavanaugh, reads it on the hop and fields it at his waist, throws to Truslow. The UTA Maverick at shortstop gets the UTA Maverick on the mound, out number 1. This is Divis' first appearance since the 25th, where he pitched against the Cougars in relief, 1 2/3 innings, striking out 4 and allowing no hits. There was a part of the season where he went 9 days without pitching after a short warm-up against the Sox left him with some pain. Brock Loomis, the catcher, will go in and talk to Divis, and the Saints are down to their final 2 outs. One away, and Divis goes from the stretch, fastball low. and inside to Brody Schneider, the first baseman. 1 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. And for the Larks, this is pitcher number 6 on the day. We've seen 12 guys go to the rubber for the combined teams. Inns for 1, Rose for 1, Walsh, Reuter, and Burr each for 2. Scoreboard shows an 0-2 count. Umpire will correct it, and Divis will go home. From the stretch, his delivery home is above the letters on a slider. 2 balls and 1 strike. Divis picked up starts against the Cougars and the Pirates 5 days apart, and since then has been in relief. Foul ball makes it a 2-2 count. Divis throws strikes on 70% of his pitches and starts out 71% of the batters he faces with a first pitch strike, and gets outs on 85% of the time he starts guys out with the first pitch strike. And when he starts out with the first pitch strike, less than 2% of the batters end up with a walk. Foul ball, and we'll stay at 2-2 and get a pitch number 6 from Divis to Schneider. It's a slider outside and low behind Loomis. Full count. It's game number 29 of the Larks season, and they're 2 outs away from being 20-8. Fastball is popped backwards. We'll stay at a full count and get a second payoff pitch from Divis. On deck is the top of the order, Kellen Peets. Divis looks in at Loomis, gets the sign. Loomis sits up down the middle, and Divis goes home. A changeup is swung on a miss. Strikeout number 35 of the season for Wyatt Divis, and that is out number 2 of the 9th inning. We go to Kellen Peet, the top of the order, 0 for 4 today with 3 strikeouts and reaching on an error. Reached on his drop third strike in the 7th and scored in the 3rd when he reached on an error from Matt Cavanaugh. Divis has only thrown 1 wild pitch all year, was the co-league pitcher last year. And if there was an MVP award in the Rocky Mountain Baseball League, I'm sure they would give it to number 16. 1-0 to Kellen Peet at the top of the order. Shakes off 2 signs from Loomis, agrees on number 3, and will go from the stretch. The shortstop swung on a miss on a fastball. Count moves to 1-1. Crowd here still showing their support for the Larks at the end of the season. Divis offsets his feet. Goes home, a second straight fastball, and Pete behind it. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases empty, top of the 9th. Hayes up 10-2. Larks fans start to get loud as they are 1 strike away from sending the Larks to the NBC World Series. Divis goes home, slider outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Looks around as Pete gets back into the right-hander's batter's box. And the 2-2 delivery is going to be just inside. That almost was the end of the regular season. And the infield and outfield was ready to head off. Second straight full count. Third payoff pitch from Divis is going to be swung on and missed, and strikeout number 36 of the year. And the Larks conclude their regular season as the Rocky Mountain Baseball League champions. For the final time in 2020, you can play New York, New York in celebration of Frank Lee, the New York native, just completed his 38th regular season with the Hayes Larks. So the Larks win it here 10-2. So Larks pitch 6 guys and pick up a win after a 7-run 4th inning. So Larks end up getting 8 hits and scored 10 times. And they allow on the mound just 7 hits, 1 earned run, 2 runs total. And they snap their 2-game losing streak. Larks, the champions of the Rocky Mountain Baseball League. And they finished 20-8 on the year, snap their 2-game losing streak, and are headed to the Wichita to play at Wichita State's X Stadium on Monday against the KC All-Stars. Saints fall to 18-12 on the year, and their season is done. Larks just getting started, have had a history of NBC success, and will look to add to it on Monday going forward. So they win it by 8. Coming in relief after 2 innings from Drew Burr is Reuter, Walsh, Rose, Inns, and Divis. And the win will get accredited to Patty Walsh for the Hayes Larks. And from one word, the Larks scorebook on Game Changer shows Ryan Reuter. And if the win is to Ryan Reuter, for Rudy, that is his umpteenth win as a Lark over 4 years, but this year, that is win number 7. He's 7-1 through 8 appearances, and that concludes his 4th season with the Larks. So the Larks win it here 10-2. They will play in the NBC World Series on Monday against Wichita State. They move to 20-8 on the year. And from all of us here at Larks Network, that concludes our time with you. We thank you for tuning in all season. Signing off one last time, this has been Carson Ackerman, your voice of the Larks. Thank you for tuning in, and good night.
Where I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. All of my friends are gonna be there too. Nothing in the world I'd rather do than grab a hot dog burger and a cold beer. You'll hear me yelling out a big cheer, 'cause whether they win or whether they lose, I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Hayes Larks! Larks. I can't wait to see a home run. I know for sure there's gonna be one. I'll call out the players by their first name. Sure am glad I made it to the game. Rain or shine, I'm gonna be there. If the stands are full,